I guess there's no sense in being coy about it. Hi, how you going? Um, this is today's fairly chill stream. I shall probably turn the music down. Let me sort that out. Oh, we're off to a fine start here today. Okay, so I'm gonna have it as the lowest possible background sound. Okay, doke. So hopefully that doesn't cause any issues. Uh, we'll see how it all goes. Um, yeah, as you can hear, Buddy's having a bit of a time out in the backyard. And yeah, welcome here today. It's Saturday. Yeah, it's Saturday. Saturday, the 25th of June, 2022. Don't know how to explain this really. So, because it's a stream, but it's also a recording as well. Sort of, I'm trying to craft something here. Oh, right, and I just realized if I wanted to do that, kind of helps. Alright, so this is something where I'm going to make chat, uh, like, make chat a big part of these videos, because I'd like to. I'd like to find out more about the people I interact with my audience, with my potential audience, if anyone does end up, coming here. I'm realizing I'm not making this like for others necessarily. If people want to come and join in and stuff like that, I would very much encourage them to do so or not do so, as is their decision. Because we have a lot more decisions in our lives than we always take, than we notice. I think most of my breaks are going to be centered around making a fresh cuppa, because talking is thirsty work. There's always such a lot of it with this sort of thing. So, something you brain. Where is my brain? My brain is gone. My brain's gone away. Like I had a huge flash of inspiration that got me to do this, and now I'm sort of winding down, losing the thread of things. But so I'm gonna go let people know in various things about when all good. Just let people know that I'm online now. Give them time to filter in if they so wish to. Will be until later. Streaming now and will be until later. Alright, let's go find that one. Because if everything is going to plan, then everything should be working out. Alright, I can just copy paste this one. Change the wording a little bit. Okay, and we'll see if anyone drops in. I'll give everyone about 10 minutes to drop in, get ready, because it's going to take me that long just to collect myself. But yes, okay, that's where we're up to in the stream. That's what everyone else can see, because I'm watching the stream on my own end as well. No worries, it's a very chill stream. Right, yes, okay. Something else that I'm doing later on this evening, I'm hoping to have it up by about 10 o'clock, is I'm going to be launching a Discord server called Baronia and Other Tales. It's going to be a pretty much a server where we can have text-based RPG sessions, because I think that's probably the most accessible. It means that people can jump in wherever and however they want to, as much as possible. Because most people have phones, most people have internet, and yeah, that'll be something else that I'll be looking at streaming in the future, is the progression of that server, give you more like ideas behind the scenes of what's going on in my brain and all that sort of stuff. So, can I? Give me a moment. So, better soon. Sorry, just personal thing happening at the moment, like personal message. All good. Those are all good. Okay, so that should be fine. Oh yes, how do I offer my streams in low qualities? That seems like an idea. To offer streaming in lower quality OBS, because I do want to make these as accessible as I possibly can. How to change the resolution in OBS. Da, 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 da. Yep, and how do I? There we are. Da, 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 da. That's downscaling. OBS multiple resolution. Um, actually, wait. Hang on. Maybe I don't need to do this in stream. Maybe I do this in YouTube. I know you can't see much of what I'm saying at the moment. There's just a basic security measure, just in case, and there's also nobody here to see anything at the moment. But that is fine. So just letting everyone know. Alright, I'll just go to my YouTube here. See. Good. Somebody went bloop. Bloop. Okay then. Those are just private ones. While I'm in the studio, I need to go back to my channel, because I want to see if my previous videos have been offered in other resolutions. So I should be able to pause now. All good. Yes. Good, good, good. Okay, full range of resolutions on YouTube. So, I still got to look up multiple output resolutions, Twitch. Oh, do you have to be a Twitch partner? Oh, you have to be a Twitch affiliate. Okay, I see. I see, okay, right, that's just me changing my output resolution. Because I can only do it once. Well, I think I'll just try and produce these in the highest quality that I can for people, and at least the VODs at the moment will be done, but apparently I need to be a Twitch affiliate or partner to be able to offer you more accessible streaming options. So, all good. Why are you doing that? Stop doing that. Also, pause the stream. I don't need to rewatch myself, really. It'll probably help performance on this end. I don't have no idea how I'm sounding. I feel a little croaky, maybe? I don't know. Oh, good. So about 5 minutes before we get all started up, ready to go. So, um, I actually like the idea of just letting myself have this lead up time into doing it and being able to broadcast and get into, not into character really, but just become comfortable speaking to an audience. Because that's something that I would like to keep in mind is that I am giving this out to an audience. It may be a big audience, a small audience, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. But this video will eventually end up on your screen showing to you and like trying to figure out what it is that I want to talk to you about today and all that sort of stuff because I want to be able to offer a place where people can give reasonable opinions, be respectful of each other. I want my streams to be a safe space. And one of the worst ways I could do that is not by being the person who makes it a not safe space. So, if at any time you feel like I'm not treating you with the respect that you need, please do let me know because um, I will not necessarily change my behavior, but I will adjust my behavior to better suit your needs and who you are. So we'll see how we go. Still got 0 people in the stream. Actually, no, maybe that's not correct. Maybe I should go check my stream manager. Stream quality up. Oh, there we are. 1 person watching. Me? Probably me, actually. That makes sense. So, so that's that one there. Doing all that sort of stuff. Alright then. Yeah, hi, I exist. Sort of. Kinda. Not really. Alright. Because yes, I am starting to get a little thirsty. Right, check on OBS. Uh, okay, so the conceit of this stream is that I want to play Minecraft and tell a story at the same-ish sort of time, sort of thing. Because the thing is that I really find myself enjoying stories, and I really enjoy being able to interact with a story, and to be able to. The thing is, I really enjoy reading and absorbing and like watching stories and stuff like that. But something I find that drives me and I really enjoy is I love telling stories. The idea of conveying stories, because in reading a book, you cannot question a book. The only answers it has are the ones that are written in its pages, and those are unchanging. Um, at least for the most part, unless you've got a George Lucas writing or something like that. But for the most part, all the answers are there on the page. It's like a crystalline thought which you can access and absorb from it, but the thing is that it's still filtered through your own personal lens. In talking to people about stories, you find out so much more about A, the lenses that other people use to view the world, and B, you learn more about how you want to modify your views to take into account what other people's views are. That's not necessarily saying that you have to modify them or you have to leave them unchanged. It's just that the level at which you change them is entirely up to you, and you can't make a wrong choice in that, because the choice you will make will always be the one that you feel is right for you. Right or wrong in a absolute sense, maybe, but in a moralistic and an emotional sense, there is no right or wrong. There's only what feels right and what feels wrong. And for the most part, we tend towards things that feel right to us, and we try to avoid things that feel wrong to us. Oh, hey! Hey, Owen! Hello! You caught me in the middle of a rant, but such is life. All good. Alright, so let's actually just start out without the reading. Just playing some Minecraft, getting used to playing it on a computer again, because I've been playing Minecraft with a controller for good year and a half. I suppose I could plug a controller in here if I felt the need. You know what I do? I would much prefer to um, use a controller. So give me a moment and I'll be right back. Okie doke. So this should work. Gonna plug a Nintendo Switch controller into the computer here, because most of these controllers are cross-compatible, and I believe I tested this out. That was like a year and a half, 2 years ago now. Okay, so let's go into Minecraft. Settings, controller. Yep. Alright, default settings. Okay, let's go back. So it's charging at least. Is it receiving data? Connect. Switch Pro controllers to PC. It auto completes. USB-C. Windows will automatically recognize the device and do its thing. So it currently isn't doing its thing. Oh, what a elephants. Um, yeah. Just stuff I see when browsing through. Cause my brain. Okay, so here's a tortured metaphor for you guys. my brain seems to travel from thought to thought in the same way that a small spider would travel from twig to twig by like letting go a bit of thread, letting it catch on something, and then traveling to that next thought. And so I do a very similar sort of thing here, where um, it seems to do that. Okay, that doesn't seem to be working. That should work, yes, but there's still keyboard and mouse. How do I get controller to work with the other thing? Just helping a friend out with something at the moment. Okay, so we got that on there. Controller's still not working, so let's get switch pro controller Minecraft Windows 10. Uh-huh. Oh, what? So it need to be Steam? No, I don't want Bluetooth. I'm gonna. Oh God. Okay. Yeah. No. Absolutely not. Okay. Guess I'm using keyboard and mouse then, because that is a bad idea. A lot of editing of like editing of files directly through text, and I'm like, yeah, no. Let's not do that. Wow. No drop frames. Nice. Good. This is probably one of the best quality streams that's come through. Okay, so that's there. Still got one person who I presume is. I mean, Owen did type in the chat just before, so maybe he was just here briefly. Maybe he was just here briefly. Alright, all good. Whoops, sorry for bumping the mic like that. All good. Uh, so yeah, I guess I'll just start playing Minecraft then. And, oh, that's actually worked out really well. I'm still able to see the chat while playing as well, because I'm only working off one screen right now, and this isn't too bad a setup. It's a bit janky, but as I have said before, though you may not have been around when I said it, but janky is kind of my brand, and I think it's going to stay part of my brand, because above all, I am an amateur streamer. I have no experience whatsoever. I've only gleaned some stuff from watching other people stream, learning a little bit more about their process. I mean, watching a lot of the loading ready runs behind the scenes gave me a lot of good ideas about how I want to present my streams. And ultimately, I think my streams are going to be a variety stream, because I was trying to find a focus for my streams, and I'm like, no, it's probably going to be as varied and unfocused as I am. But being varied and unfocused is not a bad thing, because I think that's what helps me be a competent jack of all trades. So, or at least I try to be somewhat realistic about what I can do and what I can't do. So, but realizing that when it comes to a problem, there are a lot of simple steps that you can take towards starting to fix the problem in ways that are not like irreversible and stuff like that. So this is how I like to approach problems. Okay, so let's play. The server should be still here. That's alright. New Sherwood. Let's just check. Hopefully it joins. So this is a server that a friend of mine um, set up uh, way back when. Um, that's alright. Sorry, helping a friend out with a complex problem about how to stop yourself from beating yourself up, which some of us find very difficult and is probably a defining characteristic in a lot of people with depression. Again, I speak with no expert knowledge. I don't have any data at my fingertips. This is nothing I am saying with any pretensions of expertise. This is just, I have noticed this. Do you think it's relevant? Do you think it's irrelevant? Do you think it's accurate? Do you think it's inaccurate? All those are very good and perfectly reasonable views to have. And that's what I want to say, is that we shouldn't be afraid to speak our minds as long as we establish that we are not trying to be credible sources. We are just pointing out something that in our experience has happened, and it may not happen in anybody else's experience. It may happen in everybody else's experience, and or any number in between, and that's fine, because until we share those sorts of things, how are we going to know if we're missing out or not? Oh, good. Whoa, hello. Hi. How long have I been here? What was I looking up? Why did I... Oh, right, I was helping a friend out. Yes, gotcha. Scattered mind, scattered mind. So it gives you a weird sort of porthole into what's happening here. This is the quarry that I'm working on, so I'll give you a good look at that in a moment. I plan to be the... Should probably fix that up a bit. Oh, good. That's better. Now even if I do slump, I don't go too far. That's alright. Still establishing that I feel better with the keyboard in my lap. There we go. Yeah, that's better. Fix that up. Okay, so yeah, this is the quarry I'm building. I'm planning on making it the largest, like, supplier of building materials of all kinds in the chests on the north edge. No, that's not the north edge, that's the east edge, because the sun sets over there, and it is setting soon. Don't need to worry about the setting sun though, because I have got the place quite adequately lit up. Ooh, made myself a little dizzy there. Alright, what have we got here? So yes, on the eastern edge we have all of our cobblestone. We've got down there, we've got our granite, andesite, and diorite. Then we've got gravel and flint in here. Okay, time to go. Didn't realize I was sprinting, but there's not really any hurry to go to bed, and yet there seems to be some psychological need in me to go to bed. Okay. Also, one thing I didn't realize I had on this, I didn't have text-to-speech, so I'm really interested to see how it turns up in this video, audio. Come on, there's got to be something. Where was it? Game, multiplayer, controls. You'd think it'd be in video. Maybe in audio? Text to speech volume. Alright, is it in accessibility? Of course, there we are. Text to speech for chat. Let's do that one. Resume game. Now we should go to sleep. Okay, so for now we're just going to play some Minecraft before I start reading that book. So, because I'll have to figure out how to tap between them reasonably, seamlessly. Because I'm also planning on having the book visible when reading it, which will obscure the chat, but I will try and preserve as much chat as possible when, you know, people are actually doing things. Maybe I'll just sort of switch to reading after. I suppose I can do that. Yeah, that'd work better actually, because I want chat to be visible at all times. So, like, I will still be moderating messages. I'm currently the only moderator. Hello. Um, my brain went away. Oh yeah, you can see that my bow has a lot going on. Mainly thanks to fishing. Why does it feel like, is the brightness moody? Video. Brightness is at 50. I feel like it should be brighter for some reason. I'm not sure why. Oh, right, because I'm used to playing with maximum brightness. Probably better off keeping that the same. Because that's the thing, these options don't need to be set right from the start. You can hone in on how you want to play your game, how you want things to present themselves. Ah, right, yes. So for geographic relevance, so the quarry base right it now is the one up here. If you follow that river along to there, there is a safe house with a canal built into the hill next to it. So then what happens is you travel down the river around here, then you can turn down that way, end up that safe house, and then the caldera is just off the map there. Or you go along this way, and down here you'll find a safe house. Is that? Oh yes, it is. So this is the safe house where I've been collecting, I've been doing hunting, both hostile mob hunting and passive mob hunting, and then you can follow the river all the way around there and you'll reach the spawn. So that's where the spawn hut is. This takes about a day's journey, so about 10 minutes traveling along the rivers in this sort of circuitous route. The reason I show you this is because another thing that I'm working on here is I'm going to be making map rooms and then just placing them down in the map where they seem appropriate. This is a 2 times zoomed out map. The one we were looking at was zoomed out 4 times to the maximum maximum scale difference. So yes, so here's where we are on the map floor there, and this is me tracing back the river along the journey. So that's where the canal is. I should probably put a copy of the map in the dwelling I have there. So, but I gotta go get some leather, so I'll probably continue traveling down river, and then travel up along here to where, off the map I have the other one. Actually, I'll do that now, so I can at least put that away. Where'd I put my boat? There's my boat. Time, we got time. Alright. Anything unnecessary in my inventory? A few things, but not the worst things. So let's put those over there so I don't get them confused. Because we're going to be going hunting. So I'll just follow the river along here and show you a bit of regular travel that I do over time. I should move my cuppa over so it's near my right hand. Oh, and before you ask, you'll probably the mug that I have. It says, despite the look on my face, you're still talking. Um, must be I'm not that much of a coffee head. Whoopsies. That's what happens when you're not paying attention. I'm not too much of a. What is happening? Oh, the music. Jesus Christ. Ah, dear. Sorry about that, if that caused anyone issue. Um, yeah, I lose the thread of things so often. Um, and I mean, I'm noticing that that's kind of the style of qualities I want in an entertainer. Is, you know, someone who goes down all the various different tracks of their mind to the extent that their mind will let them. Because I know for a fact that in my experience, I do not have control, like direct control over every working of my brain. So, and the problem is that I spent too many years trying to establish that, and of course it does not work, does it? That's okay. So yes, so here's the, I've just got safe houses at all these places here. Alright, I had map 9. That will be coming up soon. I'm gonna do that one. Did I say I was a lefty? No, it just seems to be peering off center. So yeah, but that's the canal that I made on the way to things. Still got plenty of time. At least in this game you can look in the light, in the sun, straight at the sun, and it doesn't blind you. Because I think that's a feature of real life that most people don't want to replicate most of the time. So we've got to keep moving past because there's actually no way past that area. Maybe I should look closer at some point. But I know that the turning we're looking for is not there. It's a bit further down around here. Because I've actually travelled these ways probably a good 6-7 times now. So I'm starting to learn the landscape pretty reasonably. And it'll be quite strange because I'm thinking of building up essentially a villager city somewhere. And trying to replicate as many sort of professions as I can. Like I kind of want to find a village and extend it outward in the same buildings that the villagers use. Plus, making some walls and stuff like that to make for a very interesting um, city for the villagers. Because they do not make cities for themselves, I'm very interested in seeing if I can make one for them that suits their needs. It'll be interesting. Figure out what level of technology we're on. Were you good to resume that conversation with other people about that one? Let's see. Pardon me. So a little bit further and we'll be at the hunting cabin. I really did not want to accidentally spoonerize there. That would have been quite awful. So, yeah. That's just life. I mined out some coal here, didn't I? Fair enough. Alright, leather. Leather is what I want. And it's raining. Okay. Hopefully I can still find cows. Actually, I just want some leather, so...
Respawn point set. You can only sleep at night.
Okay, at least I got a nice Australian voice. Or at least Australian sounding voice. So I only have 10 leather. I should probably improve that one. Just gotta watch out for if this develops into a thunderstorm. And then I'll find out who keeps messaging me on Messenger. Right, that's why I made the safe houses in the first place, so I could go AFK safely for brief amounts of time. Jeez, I am good at this. Okay, finding out what's happening with messages. Right, 2Cs and succeed. Okay, and then there be a TikTok. Shall be explored another time. Okay. Well, I mean, this is pretty chill stream. Still nobody's showing up, but I actually don't mind at all because this is just going to be a history of what I'm doing. Or one person has shown up, but they're not. I don't know what's going on with users in chat. Did I? Oh, there we go. Now it's actually got people in the users in chat. Okie doke. Still nothing in the thing there. Nope, not that one. That one's a chat. Alright. That goes back there. That becomes Minecraft. Check on the stream. Stream is good. We've only dropped 23 frames. We're coming up at 46 minutes in the stream. Ooh, now it looks like it's night time. Good thing I made these safe houses. Isn't it? Though I feel like I'm missing a torch in this one. It's hard to tell sometimes. Okay. Okay. Got a pretty powerful thing there. Okay, any creepers? Not that I can see off the top of my head. These want the experience orbs, because they all contribute. Alright, come here, Spidey. Okay, there we go. Got it. Oh good, we are on this one. It's nice to know. Right. Yeah, I will try. Oh god. The fact that I'm moving with my mouse is almost disorienting because I'm so used to the slow movements required for this. So, yeah, this is just me taking you along with me while I go hunting in Minecraft for cows. Because hunting's not too bad. Might get a bit boring, but gives me something to do, something to talk about. If it becomes too repetitive, I probably will open up that book and we'll sort out doing that. See how this all goes. Maybe I should become a rancher, but then I'd have to do farming. No, I feel better being a hunter than a rancher. Let's see, it has mending. Maybe my infinity bow might be better. I mean, yeah, I think I prefer to spend levels leveling that up, but then that actually, I'll keep that one because it has flames, so it cooks my meat for me, and I should try not to die from falling. Alright, let's be less scrupulous. Because we can afford to run out of arrows better than we can run out of bows. There we are, cows. Come here, cows. Got some cooked beef. So, which is what I tend to eat most of the time, which is why it's in my hot bar. I can put away the bone. Get bone meal going at some point. There's also an outpost tower, so I can probably find some villagers to kill in there. So yeah, like I said, I'm just noticing that I prefer my gaming to just sort of be as have as much as variety as everything else. And there's no one here at the moment. Yeah, some string would be useful, but crossbows, eh. I'll try out crossbows at some point, because I imagine they'll probably be very useful in time. Just rather hoping to have villagers to kill, because they seem to spawn here more often. Maybe I need to break the torches in here. That might be it. Because that doesn't stop them from spawning, but it seems to make them less likely to spawn. Maybe. Everything just looks so dark. Oh, right, because of the auto adjust. From inside to outside. Hope my breathing's okay. Let's just double check everything's going smoothly. So refresh that. Says there are several users. Still only one person watching, probably me. Okay. I mean, I'm enjoying being able to help out a friend while doing all this, because it's just sort of capturing what I do and how I do it. So, because this is just me operating my normal life. I mean, at some point I might develop an on-screen personality, but for now I'm just content being me. Okay, at least it cooks them after they die. So that's a help. Oh, that's right, I was dredging around here at one point. Okay, there we are. More cows means more leather, which means more item frames. Alright, I don't think I got that all before. Oh no, baby cow. Why they gotta be, why did I didn't. It's weird, I don't like killing creatures that have a baby nearby. Because, I mean, I know that's kind of unsustainable hunting in the long run, as well as being ethically bad. I don't know, I just don't feel the need to be unnecessarily cruel in video games. And I don't think that's a controversial stance, or should be. Like, you can have your own stance on it, and it also should, you know, not be a controversial stance. It's entirely up to you how you conduct your life and how you feel about things. The only thing people can do is try to convince you to care about things, but they can't make you care about things. And caring about things comes entirely from within yourself. And there is nothing fundamentally wrong with anyone for that. Right. You probably heard the lava too. That helps if I have the chat back up. Might help a bit. Okay, where is Minecraft? There's Minecraft. Because, yeah, I do end up just sort of tapping out of a lot of things fairly often. So, at least I managed to set myself up so I can see a lot of important things, like, because I've not got it taking up. Oh! Bother! Right, wait a bit after doing that. Oh, what's Buddy going on about now? Alright, I think it's probably coming up time for me to take a break, just so I can check out what he's going off about. So I will return to the safe house. Okay, hide in this corner. Alright, gonna take a break for a little bit, and I will be back in a short while. So, see you soon. Alright, I forgot to fix that one up. Not an elegant solution, but a solution. Alright, so, um, I'm back, got a fresh cuppa, had a cigarette, and feeling ready to try out this multitasking. Maybe. No, actually. I think I shall refrain from doing so for now, just while I get used to doing things. Let's see if there's anything of concern around there. There's a traveling merchant. Sans llamas. Okay, there goes one of Speedro. Good, no creepers following me. There's one there. That's alright. Has died and dropped its stuff. Oh shit. Alright. Taking out a few hostile mobs. Still feeling thirsty though. Give me a moment, I'll grab some plain water. Alright. And a little reminder to everybody that tonight I'm going to be launching my new Discord server. It's going to be called Baronia and Other Tales, and yeah, it's going to be a text-based RPG about, what does a fantasy settings version of university, what is life in that like? I need to remember to put my keyboard in my lap. Oh, good. Right. Cows. Those are what I was looking for. No, at least the arrow was retrievable. I can't remember if some number of arrows, like if it doesn't hit anything, maybe I can test that at some point. Whether there are some unrecoverable arrows if it doesn't hit an entity. I mean, I can do that now because I've got. Okay, 1, 2, 4. Okay, as soon as I goes over to pick them all back up, so maybe it does work like that. Why does it seem so dark? Does this game seem dark to anybody else? Am I just used to playing with a brighter screen? Maybe I'm used to playing with a brighter screen because I'm usually playing on my Switch, um, on the and having it docked to the television in my room. But that's alright. New experiences all around. So, but yeah, I'm going to be I'm going to be setting up that Discord server live on stream later on, probably after I feed the animals. We'll be taking an extended break from between 6 and 7 to feed animals and then feed myself and get myself prepared to continue going for the rest of the evening. And yeah, I think we can work with that sort of thing. Why am I killing chickens? Feathers are good for arrows. Yes, feathers are very good for arrows. I also got a fair amount of gravel around I can take from. So that will be useful in gaining experience. Most of all, don't shoot the chicken into the lava, because then you'll have a bad time. Burp. Alright, yes. How much more can I explore? Out this way, at least. I should find my boat. Which I think I left over here. Yep, I did leave it over here. At least boats don't disappear on you anymore. So at least they fixed that up, which is good. Okay then. So, technically on another map, which I will sort out at some point soon. Actually, I've got a cartography table here. I could probably keep sorting it out. Because I do still have all my paper and everything, so. Alright, so that's what's visible by river. Oh, good. And then that'll match up to other maps. Because I did take this one off, didn't I? Yeah, I took this one off on stream. There. Well, I never said I was going to be any good at this. Don't die, Kyle. Don't die. Alright, so we've got a mob drops chest, put the bone in there, and the string, and the rotten flesh. I'm so glad. So glad this microphone has a cough switch. I'm good at drinking water, I swear. I've been doing it all my life. Don't call it a comeback. I'm sorry, I totally stole that joke from somewhere else. Someone else. Alright, yeah, I have a bucket. I would like to return to spawn. Probably go to sleep now. Oh, I live. I'm alive. Might not seem like it, but I am alive. Okay. Oh, okay then. Alright. Let's just do a quick head count. So, still got one person watching, which may or may not be me. We shall see. It's a weird page. Maybe if I refresh the... Maybe, because this is not meant to be a stream manager. Maybe I should just go to stream manager. Go back to the channel page. Let's go to stream manager. Where's that? Dashboard. Oh, did that close? Nope. Chat's still good. Chat's still in the background. Good, good. Okay. Stream manager. There we go. Alright. That should be up to date stuff. So I'll just pause that. So we've got one viewer. One. What was that about? Huh. Oh. Hi, Sirius B833244. Thank you for following. Okay. This is definitely the screen I should be looking at things in. Blah, blah, blah. I swear, I'm not a professional. I'm quite sure that was clear, but just on the off chance. Ah, right, yes. I do have one empty locator map left. So let's find out where we disappear off this map. Maybe already. Probably already. As long as we're definitely in that area, we can make ourselves a new map, and then we can zoom it out a couple times. Okay. Whew. Okay, I think I'm better. I think I'm better. I think I am not a professional should really be my motto in life. Seems fitting, really. Okay, so let's take 16 leather, because I can calculate in those terms at least. Alright, yes. So we put this map in, and then we put 2 pieces of paper in, and this will zoom it out twice. It will also clear the map, but it means that we get a bunch explored for us. So I want to keep exploring by river, so I will follow along the river until it leaves this map. Because I got the leather that I was coming down here for to make more item frames so I could put down more maps on the floor. Because essentially that's going to be my mapping workspace. That little stone platform out in the middle of the river there. I mean, I've got no shortage of things that I can shore it up with either, so. Alright, so it then leaves off this way. So then I can do no more maps. I will need a copy of this map, I think, for it to show up on the maps there. I thought that was a splash for a second, but no, it's still just the music in the background doing its thing. I am definitely good at this, yes. Very, very good at this. And it's funny, I used to be such a perfectionist, being like, no, 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 I have to have everything possibly planned out before I can undertake something. And now I'm just like, that's not how I operate. That's not how my brain operates. I can't do that at the moment. And I may never be able to do that. I don't know. This is something that I will learn more about with time. So now I'm just like, you know what? Just give it a go and see what feels right. Trust in your feelings because usually your feelings are good for you. They're here to help you, not to harm you. At least generally. Like the idea of suffering from pain is the idea that it saves you from greater harm, from actual destruction, sort of thing. So, and that's the thing. That's not to say that pain can't go wrong, but it's generally meant as a tool to tell us what we can handle and what we can't. So, and it's funny, I'm learning that mental pain in the same sort of way resembles physical pain in some respects. I'm not saying all respects, it doesn't completely mirror one to one, but there are some things that you can match up with from the other one. Where am I going? Oh, right, yes, of course. That is one really good thing about river travel for me, is that it's hard for me to get turned around accidentally. On purpose, yes, but accidentally, no. It's funny to think that, yeah, people usually did choose these easier routes for exploration where, rugged terrain around an area made it difficult to travel speedily. At least I'm getting pretty good at that. Figuring that one out. Alright then. Up and up and up we go. I'm surprisingly proud of this canal, even though it really does not represent much. It's still, a fun project that I enjoyed. So I'm realizing that I enjoy sharing my projects with people, letting them know, hey, this is what I'm doing at the moment. You know, come chat to me while I do this. Speaking of chat, I really ought to bring up OBS so that, because I noticed that if I bring up OBS, again, it's real janky, but chat comes up on the side of the screen there just by watching that part of the OBS preview. So apparently we're at 273 dropped frames, which is not bad for an hour and a half of recording, in which something between like 30 and 60 frames a second are being collected. Nope, not that way. That way. Or did I? I went the wrong way. I took a wrong turning at Albuquerque. Why that joke has lodged itself in my brain. I have no idea. I think I've right. Yes, I think I know where my error lay. Was in going the wrong direction. That's not a way around, but that is, yeah, there we are. We're on track. I recognize that stand of sugarcane there. Because I mean, navigating by landmark is one of the oldest navigational tools. And if you can remember your surroundings even a little bit, like what they looked like, how they felt, sort of thing, that's when you get back onto a clear path fairly easily. It's something that's needlessly subjective, but well, I mean, it's something that can not be anything other than subjective. Like how you navigate is not necessarily going to be the same way as how I navigate, just as I recognize that how I navigate is not likely to be the way that you navigate. So, my brain, keep doing things. Okay, so sticks. Do we need as many acacia logs as that? Probably not. 8 will probably give us the requisite sticks. Here we are. Let's see, that will do 12, so I just need 4 more logs, I think. 2, 3, 4. Okay. Oh, what am I doing? Just use the recipe book to do it there, and then that one there. There we go. We can make 16 item frames. Perfect. That makes things a lot easier. Right. Whoops. Probably time to go to sleep soon. Okay, and then we might go do some Minecraft hunting. Not sure. We'll figure out how we go. Okay, that seemed to work more effectively this time. Now that I didn't almost die again. Okay, while we're doing that, check the stream. Hey! Hey, Steven! How are you doing? Yeah, I like my beard. It's nice and fluffy. So, yeah, it's good. What's the new notification? My preface. What, my preface? Preface. I better. Yeah, I mean, doing good with the beard thing. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it because I'm actually treating it properly and conditioning it. So, I'm doing great. I'm having a lot of fun just doing some Minecraft and then maybe doing some reading. Maybe. We'll see. Why is that? Is that? Did I minimize that window when I really shouldn't have? Nope, everything's popping up as it should be. Weird. Maybe I should just have chat up rather than the stream preview on it. That's right, still figuring out streaming. I am a very decidedly average streamer, which is fine for when you're starting out, sort of thing. Right, Minecraft, and let's just have the chat up. That should be all good. Maybe I was looking at the wrong thing, I don't know. All good. So, what were we doing here? We were laying down map stuff. Ah! Only problem with having a bed right next to the door. Okay then. So far we have mapped. Right, that one's map 10, which would go there. So then we go put the other map down. Just here. And we have the extent of our river travel through here. What do I need to put? There's a canal, so let's make a copy of this map. What was the other map we need to copy? Put away the item frames for now. We'll lay them out in order soon. The other map I need to copy is, I think, this one. We'll put them both in the relevant ones. So to make locator maps, that is the maps that you have your pointer on, you need compasses, which are made out of iron and redstone, and I don't have a lot of iron at the moment. But you can copy a locator map without having to worry about it too much. So let's put that there. So 2 of map 10, 2 of map 8. I will name them reasonably soonish, sort of thing. And I'll probably get through it explaining the thing. The things. My mind does not admit explanation all that well. One moment. But yes, my mind does not do explanation very well. It takes a very circuitous route to try and make sure that you're following it the whole way there, because that's just how my brain do. I saw a very excellent TikTok about ADHD that I may share soon, because it's kind of hitting pretty close to home. Right, yes. Okay. So we're gonna go to our next safe house. At least have the item frames to help with that. Yeah, we got time. Eventually I'll get a clock, but that requires some gold. So I'll have to wait till I can collect some of that. I know there's some back at the spawn base, but I don't feel too comfortable taking stuff. Like I said, I eventually intend to return the bucket that's in my inventory. At some point. Oh, good. Chill, chill, chill. Very chill. Nope, not that way, because there's a dead end. End up swept downwards from there. I'm very glad that I can spare you the sound of that. Not because I think all of you will care, just because I know some of you do care. And I don't really want to go out of my way to offend people. It's just not me. I'm definitely not somebody who wants controversy to happen, but I also think that I'd be the kind of person who wouldn't shy away from if it happened because somebody else made it happen. I guess it's only something that time will tell, time and experience. So, alright, so we can dismount here. Okay, because we want to have that one, so let's go. What am I doing? No, I don't need the I don't need that. I need an item frame and the map I want to copy. Wrong map. It was map 8 we wanted. Okay, so we put that on the side of the fence. This post there. There we go. So now that's showing up there. And it's, yeah, looks like it should be soon to nighttime around here. Shows what I know. At least there's fish in my canal. I like that. I like that a lot. That I've managed to just make something and not worry about, oh, does it have to make technical sense? And it's like, no, I don't need to put any more blocks there to make it make sense. Like, there are things I can, whoops, there are things I can do and want to do, but this is not one of them right this second. I completely lost the thread of what I've said. I will have to go back and review the tape because I got no idea what I was talking about just then. Like, seriously, this is the stuff my brain does all time, always. But I do learn. I get there. So then we keep turning that way. Because, yeah, I'll notice things like the fallen birch, the shape and composition of the shores, and go, oh yeah, this looks familiar. I'm noticing I have more. I'm not going to say I have a photographic memory, but I definitely have a lot more visual imagery in my memory than I thought I did. So, and a lot of what I've done is driven by visuals because often I can't smell very well. What I'm feeling is usually like what I am sensing with my body is, within a reasonable average. So I'm not like overly cold, overly hot sort of thing. So, ooh, yeah, good point. Thanks, Stephen. That is a very good point. I thought I had edited that. There we are, edit stream video info. Let's do that one. It's taking his time, thinking about the category. It's taking a long time thinking about the category. There we go. Alright, that seems better. Okie doke. All good. We got there, team. Just took a little longer. Thank you. Oh, good. Jeez. One moment, I have to clean up a spell. Because for some reason, it decided to stick to the coaster. The coaster dropping off was not something I expected. So, thankfully, none of it seems to have penetrated the computer, but still. Why does this happen? I mean, I know why it happens, but why does it happen? Okay. Now we're back. And of course, it's coming up nightfall, so at least we're not too far away from the safe house. Doop-a-doop, doop-a-doop. What am I doing? Hang on. Nope, not that one. That one. I am good at this game, I swear. But you don't have to believe me at all. There we go. Okay. But yeah, thank you for catching us, Stephen. Really appreciate it. So, yeah. Right, what are you doing? Stop that. Okay then. So it looks like there was a skeleton jockey. Oh, you mother. I wanted the string from you. Why did you have to follow lava? Right, yes. I was making a map to go somewhere in here. Okay. Because we hang these maps in the locator positions, then that means that, yep, The pointer as to where they are will appear on the maps. So we go back now. Go back now to my quarry. Okay. Do you still have iron on? Yeah, I do still have iron on me. That's alright. That's for fixing my tools more than anything else. So, because I have an anvil back at my home base there. It's just a nice area. So I was hoping to try combining Minecraft and reading a novel, but I don't think I can do both activities at the same time because they're rather thought intensive activities. But we will be, sort of swapping back and forth between things in this stream. So I'll just make sure that my map is complete before or it's at least that I have placed it down as much as I can before I go on to read The War of the Worlds, because I think that's a pretty neat thing to read. Um, Also, whenever I'm doing a public reading, it will be of a public domain novel, or it may be of a novel that I have purchased. If it's a public domain novel, I will be getting those through Project Gutenberg, and 50% of any proceeds from these videos will go towards the online repositories or whatever that that they exist on, because because it's public domain, it's not something that you can have. Oh gosh. I mean, oh yes, with public domain work, you don't need to worry about anybody chasing you over copyright. Nobody's going to, have any rights to money from them. Um, the only thing, because again, the rights holders don't exist anymore and their families don't have ownership over it. So that means that, yeah, the best thing I can do is to make them continue to be available to people is to donate to online repositories such as Project Gutenberg. Um, if I read a novel that I own, then the portion of the proceeds, 50% will go towards the rights holders of that work. And if they would like to contact me, negotiating up or down that percentage, including, 0% and 100%, like those ones and anything in between. Um, all they got to do is let me know, and I will happily pay through that percentage of the proceeds. Uh, Only thing I'll say is if it goes over 90%, then I may not consider it financially viable to continue doing those streams. But that percentage will be adhered to. But I mean, that's all hypothetical for in the future, because right now we're just playing some Minecraft. So, just sort of hanging out, not doing too much. At least I'll get practice at quick changing my categories with the way that my mercurial moods do. Plenty of sugarcane at least. So, that's good. But, oh yes, I think I started explaining something and then got distracted. Um, which is not surprising. So this is yep, you bring up a good point, Stephen. And again, this is a series of streams that is definitely going to be broken up and like recorded on YouTube, so that anyone who wishes to watch the VOD can go and do so. But also, when it comes to like reading novels, I'm thinking of reading it chapter by chapter, like bringing in a rough summary of what happened in the chapters previous, and then going through what the next chapter is. is. So, again, it all depends on what portion of the story we get through. But the thing is, I think that I can make reasonable transitions where people can get a sense of the story and then dive into what I'm talking about this stream. And then, um, if people want to go back and rewatch, then that just simply adds to the story that they know about. Because the thing is, like I said, I love telling stories. I love telling stories. And I think there's a way you can adapt most things into serialized stories where you have things put together. Why does my brain fail to function again? Because I'm trying to focus on Minecraft. But that's okay. We're getting there. But yeah, essentially, if you can drop in at any point in the story, and I think that a good story stands that you can read it part by part, and people will still be interested in experiencing it. And I also want to talk to people about what we're reading, trying to help people get a sense of the time period and the central assumptions that are being made in the story so that they can follow along in their own way. So we shall definitely do that in a little while, but now we can see that's where I am now. That's one of my safe houses. That's another of my safe houses. And I'll expand this map out eventually, bit by bit. There's a cat outside who is very insistent that it is dinner time, and got another 40 minutes yet. So, brain is in indecision time. Do I go on with reading or do I do this? You know what? Yeah, I think that's probably enough Minecraft for now. So we will change over to the um, change over to the book. So I'll just set up OBS for that. So an easy way to do that would be, let's take book. Hang on. Whoop, no, wrong thing. Don't move that out of the way. Okay, first of all, raise book. Okay, so that's the book there. So let's then go in and change the window size here so it works. So actually if I move that over there, that should magnify reasonably. Okay, so it's got to be a bit wider. Again. Actually, wait, I'm trying to make it the same size as the, what is it, the Minecraft. Hang on, do I see more? Whoops, hang on. No, I don't see more, so. Actually, we can probably, right, yes, of course. I forgot to stretch it to fit. Like so. Okay, that should work, and then I can just extend it downward just a touch. There we are. Seamless! Kinda. Whatever. It's jank. It, it's always going to be jank. But, oh right, yes, I will go change my switch. My stream category again. I wonder if they have War of the Worlds. Ooh, War of the Worlds. Oh, it has it as a game though, so no. Because they don't have public book reading. Actually, I'm wondering what happens if I type in book, books, bookshelf, category bookshelf. You know what? Yeah, that seems fine. I like that. I like that a lot. All right. So, is it interpreting that as a game, though? Is what I'm wondering. Or is it part of the chatting? You know what? It doesn't matter really. Pardon me. Okay, so let us begin. So, this is the Project Gutenberg ebook of The War of the Worlds by H.G.Wells. This ebook is for the use of anyone, anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away, or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. And I have. I am allowed to do this. Um, or at least I cannot find anything that is prohibiting me from doing this. So, if somebody wants to correct me on that, let me know. Uh, okie doke. So, The War of the Worlds. Look at this title. God, this title page is gorgeous. Love it. Just checking that that's all presenting as it should. Good, 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 good. Now, because I'm going to be talking a lot, I will need my water. Alright then. The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells. But who shall dwell in these worlds if they be inhabited? Are we, or they, the lords of the world? And how are all things made for man? Kepler, quoted in the Anatomy of Melancholy. We'll skip the contents. Book 1. The Coming of the Martians. Chapter 1. The Eve of the War. No one would have believed in the last years of the 19th century that this world was being watched keenly and closely by intelligences greater than man's and yet as mortal as his own. That as men busied themselves about their various concerns they were scrutinized and studied, perhaps almost as narrowly as a man with a microscope might scrutinize the transient creatures that swarm and multiply in a drop of water. With infinite complacency men went to and fro over this globe about their little affairs, serene in their assurance of their empire over matter. It is possible that the it is possible that the infusoria under the microscope do the same. I wonder what is meant by that sentence. No one gave a thought to the older worlds of space as sources of human danger, or thought of them only to dismiss the idea of life upon them as impossible or improbable. It is curious to recall some of the mental habits of those departed days. At most, terrestrial men fancied there might be other men upon Mars, perhaps inferior to themselves, and ready to welcome a missionary enterprise. A missionary enterprise. Yet across the gulf of space, minds that are to our minds as ours are to those of the beasts that perish. Intellects vast and cool and unsympathetic regarded this earth with envious eyes, and slowly and surely drew their plans against us. And early in the 20th century came the Great Disillusionment. Okay, I need to stop and think about this first paragraph here. So essentially, what is being introduced is um, early in the 20th century. So this story is taking in the late 19th century, early 20th century. So um, that would be like the late 1800s and the early 1900s. So, but it's funny because it's also saying how it's saying it a very complicated way that I'm trying to synthesize this in a way that does justice, and it's difficult, but it's no one would have believed in the last years that what was watched keenly and closely. Okay, so it was being watched by other intelligences, that are as mortal as man. Um, oh, I see. So they're looking at men as if under a microscope, but actually from a telescope, but interpreting it like a microscope. You would see things under a microscope. If you get the chance, watch. See if you can find Micro Journey to the Microcosmos on YouTube if you want a good sense of what a microscopic world looks like, because there are several very fascinating ones that they explore on that show, on that channel. The planet Mars, I scarcely need remind the reader, revolves about the Sun at a mean distance of 140 million miles. I'm pretty sure that I did not know that I did not have that factoid at my disposal. Is this H.G. Wells' way of trying to say, hey, you know, this is stuff that I don't think you know, but I don't want to assume your knowledge or that lack thereof? Anyway, the planet Mars, I scarcely need remind the reader, revolves about the Sun at a mean distance of 140 million miles, and the light and heat it receives from the Sun is barely half of that received by this world, Earth. It must be, if the nebular hypothesis has any truth, older than our world, and long before this Earth ceased to be molten, life upon its surface must have begun its course. Now, I think that's veering into like it's veering into astronomy, but also making some fiction because Mars was um, created about the same time that all the planets were created. So, and it's actually the fact that Mars is smaller is why it has cooled down more quickly and has not had tectonic. It hasn't had plate tectonics active for a very long time now, but that's because it cooled quickly, not because it's older than Earth. But I assume that's the assumption they're trying to pull there, or trying to establish there. This is something called a counterfactual, something that is not real in our world and is considered in a way that it is, like pretending that it is real. So we use counterfactuals all the time. It's just like, oh, um, like I think it will not rain today, or you can imagine. I mean, you can imagine what today would have been like if it were sunny instead of rainy, or rainy instead of sunny, or some other combination. You can get a general sense of what that looks like outside, like even though it is something that absolutely did not happen today. So, don't know if I'm getting too deep into this, but we'll see how we go. Alright. Alright. The fact that it is scarcely 1/7 of the volume of the Earth must have accelerated its cooling to the temperature at which life could begin. Oh, I see. I kind of got preempted by that. It has air and water and all that is necessary for the support of animated existence. Yet so vain is man, and so blinded by his vanity, that no writer, up to the very end of the 19th century, expressed any idea that intelligent life might have developed there far, or indeed at all, beyond its earthly level. Nor was it generally understood that since Mars is older than our Earth, and with scarcely a quarter of the superficial area, and remoter from the Sun, it necessarily follows that it is not only more distant from time's beginning, but nearer its end. The secular cooling that must some day overtake our planet has already gone far indeed with our neighbor. Its physical condition is still largely a mystery, but we know now that even in its equatorial region, the midday temperature barely approaches that of our coldest winter. Its air is much more attenuated than ours. Its oceans have shrunk until they cover but a third of its surface, and as its slow seasons change, huge snow caps gather and melt about either pole, and periodically inundate its temperate zones. Sorry, I'm going to try that sentence again in a moment. Its physical condition is still largely a mystery, but we know now that even in its equatorial region, the midday temperature barely approaches that of our coldest winter. Its air is much more attenuated than ours. Its oceans have shrunk until they cover but a third of its surface, and as its slow seasons change, huge snow caps gather and melt about either pole and periodically inundate its temperate zones. That last stage of exhaustion, which to us is still incredibly remote, has become a present day problem for the inhabitants of Mars. The immediate pressure of necessity has brightened their intellects, enlarged their powers, and hardened their hearts. And looking across space with instruments and intelligences such as we have scarcely dreamed of, they see, at its nearest distance only 35 million of miles sunward of them, a morning star of hope, our own warmer planet, green with vegetation and grey with water, with a cloudy atmosphere, eloquent of fertility, with glimpses through its drifting cloud wisps of broad stretches of populous country and narrow, navy-crowded seas. I think I appreciate the picture that he's trying to paint there, um, with trying to say, okay, here is the counterfactual assumption we need you to make. There is life on Mars. Life on Mars is jealous of Earth and is a threat to Earth. So that's essentially what he is saying in these things. He's trying to express it as best he can in a sense of feeling, in a sense of urgency, trying to instill within you the emotion of, this is something we need to care about in this novel because it's happening right now, this war between the worlds that we're talking about. And we men, the creatures who inhabit this earth, must be to them at least as alien and lowly as are the monkeys and lemurs to us. I also realize chat is not up, so I just wanted to double check. All good. And we men, the creatures who inhabit this earth, must be to them as at least as alien and lowly as are the monkeys and lemurs to us. The intellectual side of man already admits that life is an incessant struggle for existence, and it would seem that this too is the belief of the minds upon Mars. Go enjoy your lunch, Stephen. So, thank you for coming in and having a chat. All good. The intellectual side of man already admits that life is an incessant struggle for existence, and it would seem that this too is the belief of the minds upon Mars. Their world is far gone in its cooling, and this world is still crowded with life, but crowded only with what they regard as inferior animals. To carry warfare sunward is, indeed, their only escape from the destruction that, generation after generation, creeps upon them. And before we judge of them too harshly, we must remember what ruthless and utter destruction our species has wrought, not only upon animals, such as the vanished bison and the dodo, but upon its inferior races. Okay, guys, we got some racism coming up. So, this is something we should just be aware of, that this is something that is not socially acceptable today, and I do not share any of the views in this text about race. So, I might kind of skip this part. I'm not sure because it's saying the Tasmanians, because that's not even true. Like, I'm pretty sure that's not even true that Aboriginal Tasmanians, um, sorry, um, the members of the First Peoples of Tasmania. I was trying to figure out what a reasonable term was, and I think that's it. So, but the First Peoples of Tasmania were not actually wiped out. That's a lie that was spread. So, I'm just going to skip this whole section, and if somebody else wishes to read it and deal with it, go nuts. I don't mind. I just know that I am not comfortable espousing my public view or like talking about that sort of thing. Also did that. Okay, that went a bit further than I wanted it to. Okay. Are we such apostles of mercy as to complain if the Martians warred in the same spirit? The Martians seem to have calculated their descent with amazing subtlety. Their mathematical learning is evidently far in excess of ours, and have carried out their preparations with a well-nigh perfect unanimity. Oh, sorry, my brain's just thinking on implications again. Mainly that there are still first. I don't know if I'm saying bad things, but I'm going to try and stop. Alright, the Martians seem to have calculated their descent with amazing subtlety. Their mathematical learning is evidently far in excess of ours, and to have carried out their preparations with a well-nigh perfect unanimity. Had our instruments permitted it, we might have seen the gathering trouble far back in the 19th century. Men like Schiaparelli?
Ryoko
Schiaparelli.
7.
Sorry, one moment. Let's just sort something out. All good, because Owen's on the server, I think, but I will sort that out another time. Isn't this such a professional reading? Isn't this just so great and awesome, and I feel self-conscious for no reason? Yay. Give me a moment. Had our instruments permitted it, we might have seen the gathering trouble far back in the 19th century. Men like Schiaparelli watched the red planet. It is odd, by the by, that for countless centuries Mars has been the star of war, but failed to interpret the fluctuating appearances of the markings they map so well. All that time the Martians must have been getting ready. During the opposition of 1894, a great light was seen on the illuminated part of the disk, first at the Lick Observatory, then by Periton of Nice, and then by other observers. English readers heard of it first in the issue of Nature dated August 2nd. I am inclined to think that this blaze may have been the casting of the huge gun in the vast pit sunk into their planet, from which their shots were fired at us. Peculiar markings, as yet unexplained, were seen near the site of that outbreak during the next two oppositions. The storm burst upon us 6 years ago now. As Mars approached opposition, Lavelle of Java set the wires of the astronomical exchange palpitating with the amazing intelligence of a huge outbreak of incandescent gas upon the planet. It had occurred towards midnight of the 12th, and the spectroscope, to which he had at once resorted, indicated a mass of flaming gas, chiefly hydrogen, moving with an enormous velocity towards this earth. This jet of fire had become invisible after about 12:15. He compared it to a colossal puff of flame suddenly and violently squirted out of the planet, as flaming gases rushed out of a gun. A singularly appropriate phrase it proved. Yet the next day there was nothing of this in the papers except a little note in the Daily Telegraph, and the world went in ignorance of one of the gravest dangers that ever threatened the. Just tripping over my words now. Hmm. A singularly appropriate phrase it proved. Yet the next day there was nothing of this in the papers except a little note in the Daily Telegraph, and the world went on in ignorance of one of the gravest dangers that ever threatened the human race. I might not have heard of the eruption at all had I not met Ogilvy, the well-known astronomer, at Ottershaw. He was immensely excited at the news, and in the excess of his feelings invited me up to take a turn with him that night in the scrutiny of the red planet. In spite of all that has happened since, I still remember that vigil very distinctly. The black and silent observatory, the shadowed lantern throwing a feeble glow upon the floor in the corner, the steady ticking of the clockwork of the telescope, the little slit in the roof, an oblong profundity with the stardust streaked across it. Ogilvy moved about, invisible but audible. Looking through the telescope, one saw a circle of deep blue, and the little round planet swimming in the field. It seemed such a little thing, so bright and small and still, faintly marked with transverse stripes, and slightly flattened from the perfect round. But so little it was, so silvery warm, a pin's head of light. It was as if it quivered. But really this was the telescope vibrating with the activity of the clockwork that had kept the planet in view. As I watched, the planet seemed to grow larger and smaller, and to advance and recede, but that was simply that my eye was tired. 40 millions of miles it was from us. More than 40 millions of miles of void. Few people realize the immensity of vacancy in which the dust of the material universe swims. Near it in the field, I remember, there were three faint points of light, three telescopic stars infinitely remote, and all around it was the unfathomable darkness of empty space. You know how that blackness looks on a frosty starlight night? In a telescope it seems far profounder, and invisible to me because it was so remote and small, flying swiftly and steadily towards me across that incredible distance, drawing nearer every minute by so many thousands of miles, came the thing they were sending us. The thing that was to bring so much struggle and calamity and death to the earth. I never dreamed of it. Then as I watched, no one on earth dreamed of that unerring missile. That night, too, there was another jetting out of gas from the distant planet. I saw it, a reddish flash at the edge, the slight projection of the outline just as the chronometer struck midnight, and at that I told Ogilvy and he took my place. The night was warm and I was thirsty, and went stretching my legs clumsily and feeling my way in the darkness to the little table where the siphon stood, while Ogilvy exclaimed at the streamer of gas that came out towards us. That night another invisible missile started on its way to the earth from Mars, just a second or so under 24 hours after the first one. I remembered how I sat on the table there in the blackness, with patches of green and crimson swimming before my eyes. I wish I had a light to smoke by, little suspecting the meaning of the minute gleam I had seen, and all that it would presently bring me. Ogilvy watched till one, then gave it up, and we lit the lantern and walked over to his house. Down below in the darkness were Ottershaw and Chertsey and all their hundreds of people, sleeping in peace. He was full of speculation that night about the condition of Mars, and scoffed at the vulgar idea of its having inhabitants who were signalling us. His idea was that meteorites might be falling in a heavy shower upon the planet, or that a huge volcanic explosion was in progress. He pointed out to me how unlikely it was that organic evolution had taken the same direction in the two adjacent planets. The chances against the chances against anything man-like on Mars are 1,000,000 to 1, he said. Hundreds of observ- Hundreds of observers saw the flame that night, and the night after about midnight, and again the night after, and so for 10 nights, a flame each night. Why the shot ceased after the 10th, no one on earth has attempted to explain. It may be the gases of the firing caused the Martians inconvenience. Dense clouds of smoke or dust, visible through a powerful telescope on Earth as little grey, fluctuating patches, spread through the clearness of the planet's atmosphere and obscured its more familiar features. Even the daily papers woke up to the disturbances at there. Definitely a drink per paragraph. Alright. Even Even the daily papers woke up to the disturbances at last, and popular notes appeared here, there, and everywhere concerning the volcanoes upon Mars. The serio-comic periodical Punch, I remember, made a happy use of it in the political cartoon. And all unsuspected, those missiles the Martians had fired at us drew earthward, rushing now at a pace of many miles a second through the empty gulf of space, hour by hour and pardon me, hour by hour and day by day, nearer and nearer. It seems to me now almost incredibly wonderful that, with that swift fate hanging over us, men could go about their petty concerns as they did. I remember how jubilant Markham was at securing a new photograph of the planet for the illustrated paper he edited in those days. People in these latter times scarcely realize the abundance and enterprise of our 19th century papers. For my own part, I was much occupied in learning to ride the bicycle, and busy upon a series of papers discussing the probable developments of moral ideas as civilization progressed. And I think that is where I shall leave it for now, so that I may take a break to feed animals. And yeah, I'll probably be back by about 6:30. So please enjoy the tunes. Okay, so first mute myself. Hello, and welcome once more to stream. I see that there is currently one viewer, which may or may not be me. We shall see. So, uh, there are messages, but they're just memes, so they shall keep for now. Okay, let's go back to reading War of the Worlds. One night, the first missile could. Oh god, of course it was on the last paragraph of the first chapter. Anyway, one night, the first missile could scarcely have been 10 million miles away. Also, I've got to plug these headphones in because they're telling me that I'm running out of charge. So one moment. There we are. Okay, should be all good now. Alright. One night, the first missile could scarcely have been 10 million miles away. I went for a walk with my wife. It was starlight, and I explained the signs of the zodiac to her, and pointed out Mars, a bright dot of light creeping zenithward, towards which so many telescopes were pointed. It was a warm night. Coming home, a party of excursionists from Chertsey or Isleworth passed us singing and playing music. There were lights in the upper windows of the houses as people went to bed. From the railway station in the distance came the sound of shunting trains, ringing and rumbling, softened almost into melody by the distance. My wife pointed out to me the brightness of the red, green, and yellow signal lights hanging in a framework against the sky. It seemed so safe and tranquil. Now, here's where he's trying to establish what a view of normality is so that, he can overturn that in the future and give you something to contrast that with. Chapter 2. The Falling Star. Then came the night of the first falling star. It was seen early in the morning, rushing over Winchester eastward, a line of flame high in the atmosphere. Hundreds must have seen it, and taken it for an ordinary falling star. Albin described it as leaving a greenish streak behind it that glowed for some seconds. Denning, our greatest authority on meteorites, stated that the height of its first appearance was about 90 or 100 miles. It seemed to him that it fell to earth about 100 miles east of him. I was at home that hour, and writing in my study, and although my French windows faced towards Ottershaw and the blind was up, for I loved in those days to look up at the night sky, I saw nothing of it. Yet this strangest of all things that ever came to earth from outer space must have fallen while I was sitting there, visible to me only had I only looked up as it passed. Some of those who saw its flight say it travelled with a hissing sound. I myself heard nothing of that. Many people in Berkshire, Surrey, and Middlesex must have seen the fall of it, and at most have thought that another meteorite had descended. No one seems to have troubled to look for the fallen mass that night. But very early in the morning poor Ogilvy, who had seen the shooting star, and who was persuaded that a meteorite lay somewhere on the common between Horsell, Ottershaw, and Woking, rose early with the idea of finding it. Find it he did, soon after dawn, and not far from the sand pits. An enormous hole had been made by the impact of the projectile, and the sand and gravel had been flung violently in every direction over the heath, forming heaps visible a mile and a half away. The heather was on fire eastward, and a thin blue smoke rose against the dawn. The thing itself lay almost entirely buried in sand, amidst the scattered splinters of a fir tree that it had shivered to fragments in its descent. The uncovered part had the appearance of a huge cylinder, caked over, and its outlines softened by a thick, scaly, dun-coloured incrustation. It had a diameter of about 30 yards. He approached the mass, surprised at the size, and more so at the shape, since most meteorites are rounded more or less completely. It was, however, still so hot from its flight through the air as to forbid his near approach. A stirring noise within the cylinder he ascribed to the unequal cooling of its surface, for at that time it had not occurred to him that it might be hollow. He remained standing at the edge of the pit that the thing had made for itself, staring at its strange appearance, astonished chiefly at its unusual shape and color, and dimly perceiving even then some evidence of design in its arrival. The early morning was wonderfully still, and the sun, just clearing the pine trees towards Weybridge, was already warm. He did not remember hearing any birds that morning. There was certainly no breeze stirring, and the only sounds were the faint. No, no, that's all right. They needed dealing with. He did not remember hearing any birds that morning. There was certainly no breeze stirring, and the only sounds were the faint movements from within the cindery cylinder. He was all alone on the common. Then suddenly he noticed with a start that some of the grey clinker, the ashy incrustation that covered the meteorite, was falling off the circular edge of the end. It was dropping off in flakes and raining down upon the sand. A large piece suddenly came off and fell with a sharp noise that brought his heart into his mouth. For a minute he scarcely realized what this meant, and although the heat was excessive, he clambered down into the pit, close to the bulk, to see the thing more clearly. He fancied even then that the cooling of the body might account for this, but what disturbed that idea was the fact that the ash was falling only from the end of the cylinder. Then, and then he perceived that, very slowly, the circular top of the cylinder was rotating on its body. It was such a gradual movement that he discovered it only through noticing that a black mark that had been near him 5 minutes ago was now at the other side of the circumference. Even then he scarcely understood what this indicated, until he heard a muffled grating sound and saw the black mark jerk forward an inch or so. Then the thing came upon him in a flash. The cylinder was artificial, hollow, with an end that screwed out. Something within the cylinder was unscrewing the top. "Good heavens!" said Ogilvy. "There's a man in it, half roasted to death, trying to escape!" And at once, with a quick mental leap, he linked the thing with the flash upon Mars. The thought of the confined creature was so dreadful to him that he forgot the heat and went forward to the cylinder to help turn. But luckily the dull radiation arrested him before he could burn his hands on the still glowing metal. At that he stood irresolute for a moment, then turned, scrambled out of the pit, and set off running wildly into Woking. The time must have been the time then must have been somewhere about 6 o'clock. He met a wagoner, and tried to make him understand, but the tale he told and his appearance was so wild, his hat had fallen off in the pit, that the man simply drove on. He was equally unsuccessful with the potman who was just unlocking the doors of the public house by Horsell Bridge. The fellow thought that he was a lunatic at large and made no sex. One moment. The fellow thought he was a lunatic at large and made an unsuccessful attempt to shut him into the tap room. That sobered him a little, and when he saw Henderson, the London journalist, in his garden, he called over the palings and made himself understood. "Henderson," he called, "you saw that shooting star last night?" "Well," said Henderson, "it's out on Horsell Common now." "Good Lord!" said Henderson. "Fallen meteorite? That's good. But it's something more than a meteorite. It's a cylinder, an artificial cylinder, man, and there was something inside." Henderson stood up with his spade in his hand. "What's that?" he said. He was deaf in one ear. Ogilvy told him all that he had seen. Henderson was a minute or so taking it in. Then he dropped his spade, snatched up his jacket, and came out into the road. The two men hurried back at once to the common, and found the cylinder still lying in the same position. But now the sounds inside had ceased, and a thin circle of bright metal showed between the top and the body of the cylinder. Air was either entering or escaping at the rim with a thin sizzling sound. They listened, rapped on the scaly burnt metal with a stick, and meeting with no response, they both concluded the man or men inside must be insensible or dead. Of course the two were quite unable to do anything. They shouted consolation and promises, and went back to the town again to get help. One can imagine them covered with sand, excited and disordered, running up the little street in the bright sunlight just as the shop folks were taking down their shutters and people were opening their bedroom windows. Henderson went into the railway station at once in order to telegraph the news to London. The newspaper articles had prepared men's mind for the reception of the idea. By 8 o'clock, a number of boys and unemployed men had already started for the common to see the dead men from Mars. That was the form the story took. I heard of it first from my newspaper boy at about quarter to 9 when I went out to get my daily chronicle. I was naturally startled, and lost no time in going out and across the Ottershaw Bridge to the sand pits. Alright, I can probably do a third chapter. So far we have been introduced to Earth, the fact that people from Mars are sending intelligent beings to Earth to invade it, and this is the beginning of such invasion. So it's funny how it tries to take a scene of the ordinary and put something extraordinary within it and see how people would react. Chapter 3 on Horsell Common. I found a little crowd of perhaps 20 people surrounding the huge hole in which the cylinder lay. I have already described the appearance of that colossal bulk embedded in the ground. The turf and gravel about it seemed charred as if by a sudden explosion. No doubt its impact had caused a flash of fire. Okay. Hmm. I found a little crowd of perhaps 20 people surrounding the huge hole in which the cylinder lay. I have already described the appearance of that colossal bulk embedded in the ground. The turf and gravel about it seemed charred as if by sudden explosion. No doubt its impact had caused a flash of fire. Henderson and Ogilvy were not there. I think they perceived that nothing was to be done for the present, and had gone away to breakfast at Henderson's house. There were 4 or 5 boys sitting on the edge of the pit, with their feet dangling, and amusing themselves, until I stopped them, by throwing stones at the giant mass. After I had spoken to them about it, they began playing at touch in and out of the group of bystanders. Among these were a couple of cyclists, a jobbing gardener I employed sometimes, a girl carrying a baby, Greg the butcher and his little boy, and 2 or 3 loafers and golf caddies who were accustomed to hang about the railway station. There was very little talking. Few of the common people in England had anything but the vaguest astronomical ideas in those days. Most of them were staring quietly at the big table-like end of the cylinder, which was still as Ogilvy and Henderson had left it. I fancy the popular expectation of a heap of charred corpses was disappointed at this inanimate bulk. Some went away while I was there, and other people came and clambered into the pit and fancied I'd heard a faint movement under my feet. The top had certainly ceased to rotate. I need to remember to prepare for my paragraphs. It was only when I got thus close to it that the strangeness of this object was at all evident to me. At the first glance, it was really no more exciting than an overturned carriage or a tree blown across the road. Not so much so, indeed. It looked like a rusty gas float. It required a certain amount of scientific education to perceive that the grey scale of the thing was no common oxide, that the yellowish white metal that gleamed in the crack between the lid and the cylinder had an unfamiliar hue. Extraterrestrial had no meaning for most of the onlookers. At that time it was quite clear in my own mind that the thing had come from the planet Mars, but I judged it improbable that it contained any living creature. I thought the unscrewing might be automatic. In spite of Ogilvy, I still believed that there were men in Mars. My mind ran fancifully on the possibilities of its containing manuscript, on the difficulties in translation that might arise, whether we should find coins and models in it, and so forth. Yet I was a little too large for assurance on this idea. I felt an impatience to see it opened. About 11, As nothing seemed happening, I walked back, full of such thought, to my home in Maybury, but I found it difficult to get to work upon my abstract investigations. In the afternoon, the appearance of the common had altered very much. The early editions of the evening papers startled London with enormous headlines: "A message received from Mars," "Remarkable story from Woking," and so forth. In addition, Ogilvy's wire to the Astronomical Exchange had roused every observatory in the three kingdoms. There were half a dozen flies or more from the Woking station standing about in the road by the sandpits. A basket chaise from Chobham, and a rather lordly carriage. I presume those are all vehicles. Besides that, there was quite a heap of bicycles. In addition, a large number of people must have walked, in spite of the heat of the day, from Woking and Chertsey, so that there was altogether quite a considerable crowd, one or two gaily dressed ladies among the others. It was glaringly hot, not a cloud in the sky nor a breath of wind, and the only shadow was that of the few scattered pine trees. The burning heather had been extinguished, but the level ground towards Ottershaw was blackened as far as one could see, and still giving off vertical streamers of smoke. An enterprising sweet-stuff dealer in the Chobham Road had sent up his son with a barrow-load of green apples and ginger beer. Going to the edge of the pit, I found it occupied by a group of about half a dozen men: Henderson, Ogilvy, and a tall, fair-haired man that I afterwards learnt was Stent, the Astronomer Royal, with several workmen wielding spades and pickaxes. Stent was giving directions in a clear, high-pitched voice. He was standing on the cylinder, which was now evidently much cooler. His face was crimson and streaming with perspiration, and something seemed to have irritated him. A large portion of the cylinder had been uncovered, though its lower end was still embedded. As soon as Ogilvy saw me among the staring crowd on the edge of the pit, he called me to come down, and asked me if I would mind going over to see Lord Hilton, the lord of the manor. The growing crowd, he said, was becoming a serious impediment to their excavations, especially to boys. They wanted a light railing put up, and to help to keep the people back. He told me that a faint stirring was occasionally still audible within the case, but that the workmen had failed to unscrew the top, as it afforded no grip to them. The case appeared to be enormously thick, and it was possible that the faint sounds we heard represented a noisy tumult in the interior. I was very glad to do as he asked, and so become one of the privileged spectators within the contemplated enclosure. I failed to find Lord Hilton at his house, but I was told he was expected from London by the 6 o'clock train from Waterloo, and as it was then about 5:15, I went home, had some tea, and walked up to the station to waylay him. Chapter 4. The cylinder opens. When I returned to the common, the sun was setting. Scattered groups were hurrying from the direction of Woking, and one or two persons were returning. The crowd about the pit had increased, and stood out black against the lemon yellow of the sky. A couple of hundred people, perhaps. There were raised voices, and some sort of struggle appeared to be going on about the pit. Strange imaginings passed through my mind. As I drew nearer, I heard Stent's voice. "Keep back! Keep back!" A boy came running towards me. "It's a movin'," he said to me as he passed. "A skirrin' and a skirrin' out. I don't like it. I'm a goin' home, ma'am." I went on to the crowd. There were really, I should think, 200 or 300 people elbowing and jostling one another, the one or two ladies being by no means the least active. "He's fallen in the pit!" cried someone. "Keep back!" said several. The crowd swayed a little, and I elbowed my way through. Everyone seemed greatly excited. I heard a peculiar humming sound from the pit. "I say," said Ogilvy, "help keep these idiots back. We don't know what's in the confounded thing, you know." I saw a young man, shop assistant in working I believe he was, standing on the cylinder and trying to scramble out of the hole again. The crowd had pushed him in. Near the end of the cylinder was being screwed out from within. Nearly 2 feet of shining screw projected. Somebody blundered against me, and I narrowly missed being pitched onto the top of the screw. I turned, and as I did so, the screw must have come out, for the lid of the cylinder fell upon the gravel with a ringing concussion. I stuck my elbow into the person behind me and turned my head towards the thing again. For a moment, that circular cavity seemed perfectly black. I had the sunset in my eyes. I think everyone expected to see a man emerge, possibly something a little unlike us terrestrial men, but in all essentials a man. I know I did. But looking, I presently saw something stirring within the shadow. Greyish, billowy movements, one above the another, and then two luminous discs, like eyes. Then something resembling a little grey snake, about the thickness of a walking stick, coiled up out of the writhing middle, and wriggled in the air towards me. And then another. Okay. A sudden chill came over me. There was a loud shriek from a woman behind. I half turned, keeping my eyes fixed upon the cylinder still, from which other tentacles were now projecting, and I began pushing my way back from the edge of the pit. I saw astonishment giving place to horror on the faces of the people about me. I heard inarticulate exclamations on all sides. There was a general movement backward. I saw the shopman struggling still on the edge of the pit. I found myself alone, and saw the people on the other side of the pit running off, Stent among them. I looked again at the cylinder. An ungovernable terror gripped me. I stood petrified and staring. A big, greyish, rounded bulk, the size perhaps of a bear, was rising slowly and painfully out of the cylinder. As it bulged up and caught the light, it glistened like wet leather. Two large, dark-colored eyes were regarding me steadfastly. The mass that framed them, the head of the thing, was rounded, and had, one might say, a face. There was a mouth under the eyes, the lipless brim of which quivered and panted and dropped saliva. The whole creature heaved and pulsated convulsively. A lank, tentacular appendage gripped the edge of the cylinder, another swayed in the air. Those who have never seen a living Martian can scarcely imagine the strange horror of its appearance. The peculiar V-shaped mouth with its pointed upper lip, the absence of brow ridges, the absence of a chin beneath the wedge-like lower lip, the incessant quivering of this mouth, the gorgon groups of tentacles, the tumultuous breathing of the lungs in a strange atmosphere, the evident heaviness and painfulness of movement due to the greater gravitational energy of the earth. Above all, the extraordinary intensity of the immense eyes were at once vital, intense, inhuman, crippled, and monstrous. There was something fungoid in the oily brown skin, something in the clumsy deliberation of the tedious movements unspeakably nasty. Even at this first encounter, this first glimpse, I was overcome with disgust and dread. Suddenly, the monster vanished. It had toppled over the brim of the cylinder and fallen into the pit, with a thud like the fall of a great mass of leather. I heard it give a peculiar thick cry, and forthwith another of these creatures appeared darkly in the deep shadow of the aperture. I turned and, running madly, made for the first group of trees, perhaps 100 yards away, but I ran slantingly and stumbling, for I could not avert my face from these things. There, among some young pine trees and furze bushes, I stopped, panting, and waited further developments. The common round the sand pits was dotted with people, standing like myself in a half-fascinated terror, staring at these creatures, or rather at the heaped gravel at the edge of the pit in which they lay, and then, with a renewed horror, I saw a round black object bobbing up and down on the edge of the pit. It was the head of the shopman who had fallen in, but showing as a little black object against the hot white western sun. Now he got up, now he got his shoulder and knee up, and again he seemed to slip back until only his head was visible. Suddenly he vanished. Suddenly he vanished, and I could have fancied a faint shriek had reached me. I had a momentary impulse to go back and help him, but my fears overruled. Everything was then quite invisible, hidden by the deep pit and the heap of sand that the fall of the cylinder had made. Anyone coming along the road from Chobham or Woking would have been amazed at the sight. A dwindling multitude of perhaps 100 people or more standing in a great irregular circle, in ditches, behind bushes, behind gates and hedges, saying little to one another, and that in short excited shouts, and staring hard at a few heaps of sand. The barrow of ginger beer stood, a queer derelict, black against the burning sky, and in the sand pits was a row of deserted vehicles with their horses feeding out of nosebags or pawing the ground. Okay, I think that'll probably do me for reading for now. Talking like that is a hard thing to keep up. Alright, so I should be able to... there we are. Let's move that one up. All good. So I have that ready for when I get back, but yeah, I'm gonna have another short break to rest my throat and all that. All good. Enjoy the tunes. Oh, I'd forgotten to mute myself. Okay. I don't think we actually said anything in the last 10 minutes, so guess it doesn't matter too much, but I'll try to be conscientious of that. So yeah. Alright. We're just gonna chill out with some Minecraft for a little bit. And ease my back into this chair. Alright. New Shellwood. I think Owen's on at the moment. So is anyone viewing? One viewer, so it may be an Owen. It may not be an Owen. We shall see. We shall see indeed. There we are. We are inside. It's probably sleep time.
Spucky2197 says, say hi friend, you're on stream.
Jeez, that came out worse than I expected. I typed something and then text to speech said it back to me, and it sounded a lot worse because she stressed the wrong parts of the sentence. This sounded so sinister. Oh, good. I'll ask him if he needs to sleep.
Spucky2197 says, do you need to sleep?
Okay, let's leave the bed. Oh, good.
Ryoko712 says, not really, currently caving and getting coal. Ryoko712 says, I can log if you need. Spucky2197 says, then don't bother. I'll be fine. Ryoko712 says, okay. Spucky2197 says, is it just me, or does the text-to-speech sound really petulant when she says my stuff?
Maybe. Yeah, my brain does that.
Spucky2197.
That's alright. At least you can easily gauge my mood if you end up watching my stream. So, again, it doesn't really show me who is viewing. So, oh well, that's alright. Let's see here. Right, back to
Ryoko712.
I am indeed. That's why I said to say hi.
Spucky2100 and
Okay, jeez. I saw the horse jumping up towards me and I thought it was something a little more sinister than that.
Ryoko712 says hi. Ryoko712 says LOL. You'll definitely see my laugh. Spucky2197 says, if you end up tuning in.
Right, so let's get this fishing rod out. Managed to get a fishing rod with a number of very nice things. We're just going to do some Minecraft fishing. Just sort of let the story of the War of the Worlds sink in for a bit. If I remember that I have lure on this, so I've got to pay attention. Oh man, can I talk and do something at the same time? This is actually a quandary that I have to worry about. It takes up far more of my mental real estate than I think it should. Let's see, pufferfish. Oop, okay, I just imagined that. Yeah, sometimes I'll just quick duck into my inventory to make sure everything's where I want it to be. And then I leave an open space in my inventory while I fish so I can at least have a look at anything new that I bring up. Anything that I pick up that doesn't end up in there. Anything that I end up fishing. Ah, too soon. Anything that I end up fishing up only, only like if it's something that I've already caught, it'll stack in my inventory rather than in that inventory slot. So, am I going to be able to have my cup up? I should bring my cup over this way so that I can drink while keeping my hand on the mouse. Right, helps if I cast my line. Yeah, nice and chill. And we got a bone. Got plenty of bones. Probably not enough for my trees, but... Oh, that's right, yes. So, I was also going to go on a tree chopping exercise, probably not at night, but I do want to fix my axe and find out how much it costs.
Ryoko712 says the art of multitasking.
Oh yes, it's very difficult, man. So... yeah, I guess I wasn't paying attention to chat. I'll get there, eventually. There's chat. There's Minecraft. There we go. All good. Which is saying something since, I have it scrolling up on my stream because I'd like to involve chat. I think their contributions are important. So, right, that's what I was doing. I was going to put the axe up there, put some iron in. Only costs 5 levels. My axe is now once more anew. What about my pickaxe? Does that require more? Nope. Good, good. Let's put that down there. Yeah, no, I don't need to type anything. Everything seems all good. Cow. So I'm not gonna go chopping, and I don't think I'm gonna go mining. Right, continue fishing if I don't die. Ow. That hurt. You donkey. Alright, I guess I got a trident. Don't usually use tridents. Right, time to eat. Oh, no, 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 no. I should put away my non-fishing stuff. Now. There we are. Oh yeah, there's always like a 20-second delay. I think that's to A, help with latency, and B, make sure that I'm not using Twitch to gain a competitive advantage or something like that. So, um, I think that's how that works, functions. What do I have in my inventory? A lot of stuff. Right, I can at least put the item frames down where I want to. Because we're going to want that map. Actually, I can probably roughly figure out what maps I'm going to need if I grab a map of the origin, which should be back in the smelters. I really should call it the smelters because I haven't actually shown this off. This is just a room in which my smelting operation comes along and smelts large portions of things. And oh right, there's a wooden pressure plate on the other side of that door, but not this door. That's one I have to manually open and close. And yeah, got got it a bit more streamlined so everything's flowing into it properly. So, no, right click your deal brain. So that one's feeding coal in there, also coal. There's charcoal in the furnace, and there's charcoal here, so it just kind of keeps everything moving. Good. Should be able to close that one. But yeah, it was fun being able to read The War of the Worlds out to an audience, whether live or later, sort of thing. It's just, I like being able to tell stories. And public domain stories are a great place to start with at least retelling some stories that you are free to retell. So, let's see, put the fish away. Wait, was that all the fish? No, put the puffer fish away too. Okay, put trident in here. Rotten flesh, bone. Okay. Right, yes, I was going to go retrieve a copy of the map because my brain always keeps doing that. Sidetracking is rather difficult. No, it's not difficult at all. It seems to be naturally what my brain does all the time. Okay, so we're consulting this map. Yep, that's going to give us a rough idea of where we want our future maps to be. So let's see. Currently got that circular region around there. You can see the other places we got maps. We're definitely going to want to come over there. And then to the one straight down. And that should be all the maps we actually need to make it to spawn at least. Because yeah, there's some evidence of the village that's north of the spawn hut. So that at least is obvious by river. Oh yeah. So yeah. Oh, and so yeah, you'll find out that what happens is that the most central dot, that's the spawn hut, and all the green dots around it, those are the safe house locations I have. I actually found out by accident that they're all pretty much connected by river, except for this one area here where I've had to build a canal through. So I actually had a lot of fun making this already. Yeah, it is very cool. So, um, now where does my brain go? It goes elsewhere. Right, so I just need 2 more locator maps. So I'll grab, how much iron do I have left on me? Enough. So I'll grab some redstone. Let's see. Each block of redstone has 9 redstone in it. So I would need 7 blocks to get a stack of 63 redstone. I'm just trying to figure out how I can do this so I don't, yeah, exceed. Now redstone I want to. Now I want to, yep, make 2 compasses. That's weird. I thought it did it the other way. Maybe I had to double click. Oh good. 2 compasses, which means that I should be able to make, yep, 2 empty locator maps. Why is it? Oh, right, maybe I'm used to shift clicking on it. That's probably why. Alright, so we can put the redstone away. At some point I will go through and organize this chest, but for now we can remain delightfully unorganized. It suits me well. Alright, so let's get to origin, because where we need to be, actually we should also... Alright, we should pop that map out so that we have it ready. Let's make sure that origin is in our main hand, and that map 10 is in our other hand, because I will go through and I'll name all these maps properly at some point, but for now, it's just going to be um, going off. It's just going to be um, oh god, I forgot what I was even saying. God damn it. Right, yes. For now, the map names are just going to stay as numbers because I will probably label them with the map, like the number of maps. Oh, cool. Ah, very good. I'm glad to hear that that task has been completed. So, because I think I worked on it about as much as I wanted to. At least the excavation parts of things. I'll probably come help out with the assembly if you'd like me to. So probably not tonight because I'm just doing a bit of stuff in Minecraft before I set up the new Discord server. Right, yes. As a reminder to Owen and to anyone listening, I'm going to be setting up a new Discord server for my um, D&D adventure, Baronia and Other Tales. Um, it's just going to be separate because I'd like it to be largely text-based and to be able to play it on stream that way. Um, and yeah, be able to. That's the thing. I will still be typing my responses and ask you to type your responses or submit them however you wish to. You may even wish to submit it in recorded audio segments, and I have no problems with that if that's what you'd like to do. Like, pretty much any way you want to contribute to it, you may. I would just prefer it not be video over a certain size or anything like that. So, but pretty much anyone can come in and play and enjoy it on any level that they so wish to. So, because I've had like, oh god, the explosion of ideas I've had about Baronia the last couple days. It's amazing because I had like a singular idea for a world, and then now it's actually developing into a world rather than a poorly sketched out caricature of it. So, and I mean, most of the help in assembling this world because I'm not going to know ahead of time what is going to draw people in this world. I can't tell ahead of time what people are going to find interesting about this world, and that's part of why I want to play publicly on a stream to be able to keep track of what I've exposed about this world and what the players have done to contribute to the making of it and stuff like that. Yeah, so you've just got this full picture of Soteria in mind. And I mean, yeah, I have like it's still roughly sketched out, but the thing is that there has been more added to it in the last couple of days. Like you can think of it as being like more lines added to a drawing in the last couple of days than happened before that. So yeah, that's true. True, always growing. So I will definitely be very interested to explore your world once again. So, and I mean, this could be an interesting way of finding out how practical a text-based RPG set in, like implemented in Discord goes. So, alright, I should be coming up to that map now. At least this is my hunting cabin, so sleep is definitely not required around here. Okay, so we can move through that one. I wonder, because it's funny, I've already done this travel probably 6 or 7 times now, and I always find it interesting thinking about whether I'd end up. Alright, let's let's take that one. Yeah, take that one out. Put the empty locator up there. Right click. There we are. Then I'll go back to the other cabin and zoom it out. I was saying something and it is now gone. Mapping, hunting. Geez, it just goes away so quickly sometimes. Get off the coaster. I may have to wipe the coaster down. There's no visible signs of anything that should make it sticky, but best take no chances. Because we have certainly broken a few coasters that way. Okay, so I should be able to take that one off. Alright. And now we wait. The hunting is about to begin. Oh, I know what I should do with this tower. I should build another replica one over there and just build a hanging bridge to work from. Oh yes, done the journey 6 or 7 times along the river. Thank you, Owen. Done the set so 6 or 7 times along the river, and finding that already it's starting to feel more mundane. Like I'm wondering how long it'll take until I can navigate it pretty much blindfolded, just from experience. Is that an experience orb? Did I leave that experience orb here last time I was here? I think I did. Alright. Time to go brave the hordes. There we are. Wait, you, come back. Don't you go anywhere. There we go. Yeah, you did. Ow. Running, 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 running. So the idea is to attract as many mobs as I can to the tower, hopefully without dying. Have you forgotten already? Jesus Christ. I think I say that too often and too easily. I don't want to boulderize my methods of speech, but I certainly don't want to go out of my way to offend anybody either. Come on. Will you stop moving, you silly spider? I think I killed a different spider. Too far. Come on. How hard can it be to kill a spider? Apparently fairly. I keep forgetting how precise this needs to be. Especially when you're shooting at something that's fairly far away. Did I? I don't think I did. That one I can though. Really doesn't help that they keep moving. At least my bow is in very good nick. Oh, come on. There we go. Take that one out. Quite a number over there. Why are you in my boat? Get the heck out of my boat. Damn it, I've got a couple of zombie villagers just in my boat. Just chilling. Just hanging out. Okay. Come back here. Okay, good. My aim was true. how much more difficult it is sometimes to do that. Damn, go away, cord. It's funny how I feel this is tense, and I know not why, because the thing is that it's really one of the safest possible places I could be. Precisely because of the reasons I engineered for it. Oh, I hear a skeleton. We had a skeleton. I don't know where the skeleton is. There it is. Ow. That hurt. You bastard. He says one of the pets gone. There you are. Damn it, I thought you'd keep moving. How's my ammo? Running low. That's okay, because I should have enough feathers here to make some more. Okay. Will you stop doing that? Can't hit a moving target to save my life. Good thing they're not moving all the time. Just some of it. Okay, now you were still briefly. Don't you dare despawn. Because as you can see, once they leave a certain range, they pretty much automatically despawn. At least the beats are not bad. And I'm glad that I'm able to properly attribute them precisely because of this wonderful plugin that Pretzel Rock supplies. So, because yeah, if I earn any money from this, I absolutely will be buying Pretzel Rocks. And maybe before I earn money from this, we'll see. Okay, still a little time till night's end. Doesn't help that there are irregularities in the landscape that don't help my case. At least all the experience and stuff seems to be staying there reasonably well. Still, I will only go out and collect my spoils once things have stopped spawning. So that creeper, come on. Damn you, creeper. Must you be so cruel? There, I think I killed it. Not actually sure. More speedro. Because another interesting thing about this is that I can pretty much raise all but the one with the ladder anyway, but I can pretty much raise all of those, and the zombies and stuff underneath me will burn. If there's anything else I'm out of luck, well, not really, because I can shoot down into the myrtle holes. Those murder holes are far more effective than I expected them to be. Alright, I think it's at the point where nothing more is going to spawn. Let's see if anything blows me up as I come down here. no sign, but... Now what are you doing there? At least it was burning, so that definitely means nothing more can spawn. That was a pretty good haul. Yeah, sometimes you get phantom experience orbs that they just don't have any experience left in them, but the particle effect still remains for an unknown reason. A reason unknown to me, at least. Okay, so that was good hunting. Let's see here. Put the rotten flesh, the bones. The iron is still 9, the gunpowder, spiderite string. I believe that's everything I picked up. Oh, and the half beaten bow. And then we do that one for that one. We don't have a lot of feathers. Hmm. Hmm. Well, I guess we will make do with what we have for now. Because there should still be... Yep, there's some flint. Only 3 flint. Okay, so I'll need to put this one down here. You would think it easier to get a couple of flint. No, it's only a percentage chance of dropping. So maybe what I ought to do is grab up all that flint again. Or gravel. Right. Should get rid of that one because that was not necessary. Dirt. Some various things I accumulated while I was here. Pardon me. I could probably find a better place for that coal. So as you can see, I have no cooking facilities here by choice. Ah, right, yes. And then what was I going to do? The not so empty locator map. We're going to put in 2 pieces of paper, zoom it out twice. So now we are on the edge of this particular map. Right then. Let's sail off down the river again. I must admit, being able to hold 2 maps at once is very useful indeed. I suppose I shall probably need a copy of this map to place up around here. At some point. Yes, I am definitely enjoying mapping the rivers and seeing where they take me. At the moment, I'm mainly just doing the same journey between spawn and the furthest point on the river. But even so, there's still very much to learn. That marks the estuary. It's funny, that looks an almost abnormal amount of land. It looks much more squarish when it's shrunken. There are definitely some significant sandy shores along this way. Oh right, yes, and I did have to cut a channel through a place such as this. Probably these, yes, these ones, because the leaves are still falling, and the tridents are still there from when the drown had a go at me. Oh dear. Whoop, ow. And under this, because this was also an area I had to chop. And then yes, we should be coming across spawn shortly. Which has its own cartography at least. Is that a construction? Was that always there? Was that always like that? Did I miss that? Yeah, I think I just missed it, probably. Okay, it's also time to eat a food. Alright, so that's... Let's see. Oh! Oh! Spawns on this... Ah, that makes sense. Huh. Cool. Okay. So I don't actually need another map, really. Okay, and then I should be able to visualize this properly. First of all, I'm just going to place an item frame here. Make a copy of the map that is in my offhand. Alright, which I will need to retrieve from my offhand because I cannot do anything else about it. Also, I feel more comfortable with the torch there with the gravel, even though I know I can't do I can't do too much damage with gravel. Oh boy, that took a lot more than it should have. Okay, so that was map 10. I would like a copy, which will be made with a normal empty map. Okay, because I believe this should be... Yep, so that's on there now. Cool. Okay, well, to put it in delicately, my butt's feeling pretty sore, and I need to pee, so I think it's about time for another break. And that's alright, I will be back shortly on. I'll just exit from the server so that you don't just hear random distracting sounds of mobs spawning around the spawn house. And all good, let's go back to OBS and go taking a break. And yeah, I'll be back probably after 15 minutes. Give me 15 minutes and I'll be back. So, let's remember to mute myself this time. Alright, and I'm back. Sometimes I just need to let my brain sit to figure out what I'm doing. Right, yes, I am making a new media source. Not media source, with window capture. Let's make a new window capture. This time it will be Discord. Let's open up the Discord. If we unminimize it, then that should let me capture it. So if I cancel that and then properties. Yes, Discord. There we are. Okay. So then I'm just gonna have to change it to size. What happens if I don't select client area? Does that still? It still does that. So, okay, I'll have to shrink down Discord till it fits. Hang on. So let's do. Whoops. Let's do that to start with. Okay, we'll do Discord. We will minimize it. That's the wrong size again. Okay, so we'll have to extend it that way. There we are. And then, that's alright, I'm just gonna close the prompt for that. Move it up. Interesting, not the client area. Okay, hang on. Oh, it's fun doing these on the fly. Properties, client area. Okay, that should keep everything neat and tidy. Hopefully, for the most part. What did that do for it? Down far enough, but not quite. Wonder if that will be enough. Because essentially I want it. Oh, why don't I just match it up to the Minecraft? You are a silly guy, Kyle. Silly, silly guy. Just match this up to the Minecraft area, and then that should be reasonable for it. There we go. That's all good. That's all good. Okay, so we're gonna make a Discord server. So let's go down here to add a server. Now anyone can make their own Discord server. It is definitely something to be careful with. Like, try and figure out whether the concept you're working with needs a separate server or can work as a channel on an existing server or something like that. So, just gonna do that for a club or community. Baronia and other tales. So I'll get someone, like I'll see if I can get someone who likes to draw to mock up a coat of arms for the school for me. I think that'd be really cool. I'll see if I can ask Ebony if she'd like to. My partner, by the way. Okay, so creating. Okay, we'll just dismiss that for the moment. Activities in Nitro. Yep, that's fair. We'll get to that. Alright. So let's first of all edit the channels. Generals, we should have on topic, off topic. So, oh, actually, yes. In character, create channel, and then out of character slash, no slash, out of character, probably can remove that channel. Am I able to delete channel? Yes, I want to delete general for the moment. All good. So I'll also make an announcements channel. Actually, first of all, make introduction channel. Hash introduction. Can okay, can I edit it to sort this out? Permissions. It is a private channel. Roles, members. Yep, just want to make a private channel that I can make myself. Save changes, please. Yep, Kadoke. Invites, integrations, overview. How do I put it in a different category? Subheadings. There we go. Do I add another category? Or was it something in the edit channel that I could do to change the category? Permissions, invites, integrations. Go back to overview. I did want to see if I can make a new category, but that might be a nitro thing only. What about the category? Collapse category, mute category. There we are, create category. Alright. You know what? I think the entryway is probably a good category to call it. So, yes. Okay, so we put that under entryway. Put entryway above that one. There we go. Alright, so we have the in character, out of character. Let's hang on. Nope, delete the channel. Yes, delete the general voice channel for the moment. Delete the category for now. For now, we will just have it as text only. I will probably sort out voice integration at some point, but for now it's just going to be text. Alright, so that's the introduction there. I should probably also create a channel called announcements. Oh, good. So we go to introduction. Yep, welcome to Baronia and Other Tales. Okay. So, how shall we introduce Baronia and Other Tales? See, I've got no idea right now. I've got literally no idea. So what do I want to tell people about Baronia? How do we get people interested in the world as a whole and be interested in participating in it? Alright, so just gonna bring up a notepad. So I'm just gonna go there. Should be able to put it in stream stuff. New folder. Useful notes. So I will be typing it up out of your site, mainly because there are certain parts of this world which I would like to come to a surprise to some people. Comes as a surprise to some people. So I'll be just making myself a little notepad that's off the beaten path just so I can put some more thought into what I say and how. Okay, stream messages. That'll do fine. Or I could just do it here. You know what, why not? I can be sufficiently careful. So, hello and welcome to to the server of Baronia and other tales. Server of Baronia and other tales. Anyone watching me? Not likely. Maybe still an Owen. So, oh, stream's been going for about 5 hours now. Yeah, I can probably wrap it up in a little bit, but I will just get started on this and get to seeing what it looks like. Alright, welcome to the server of Baronia and other tales. This is going to be a text RPG played with the rules set from Dungeons and Dragons. Hmm. I'll probably set up a D&D Beyond thing to go with this as well. So link to the D&D Beyond is Beyond with the capital B. I look up D&D Beyond. D&D Space Beyond. That's how they usually say it. So D&D Beyond campaign page will be provided shortly. Because I just want to make sure it's all set up ready for people. Shortly. Oh. Right. Shift enter. There we are. Welcome to the server of Burner and other tales. It's gonna be text G. Claims the rules is no. So that you get a sense of what the world that you will be playing in is like. Let's start with who, what, where, why, when, who, what, where, why, when, and how. Is that all of them? I think that's pretty much all of them. I'll, every time it's gonna get me. Shift enter. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just for indentation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Who? You will be playing as students of the College of Baronia, St. Bartholomew's. St. Bart's Bardic College. I think St. Bart will help. Nah, probably not a saint then, actually. Probably a little too out of world. It's College of Baronia, Bart's Bardic College. One of these days. One of these days I'll get it. Shift Enter. What? You will be learning how to navigate a society that has eliminated death. Yeah. This kingdom is both unique and common. It's unique to us, but common to them, in that it, along with every other location in the game, is situated on an infinite flat plane. With learning how to navigate is limited deaths in a very odd way. Ghosts are common and fairly often the process of making being into a ghost and also that of making a ghost into a living being are also quite common to them. Okay, I like this. Shift Enter. Yes, I remembered. Oh, tells a lot about me that I can go, yeah, I remembered to do a thing. I also should be checking the chat. No one there. No one who has spoken at least. So, but that's all right. All right. So then we will go back to that one and then get the chat back up. All good. Seems good. 5. So who, what, where? I see. Whoops. That's what I should have done with that one. See. There we are. Right, yes, and I should delete that one. Okay, that seems reasonable. So that should probably read the kingdom of Baronia. I just realized that you guys are going to be learning at the BBC. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. Yep, yep. That's going to be fun. Baronia is just go with it. Add it to the dictionary, please. Thank you. Gonna need it to be. Situated on an infinite flat plane. You have to enter. So you play with the rule set from Dungeons and Dragons, link to the beyond page. Be provided shortly. That's curious. Was there anything? I mean, my brain's just like, hey, how does one add bots? Probably should have looked at that one. Got it. Thank you. Create event, notification settings, privacy, edit the profile. We will get to that. Okay, so we got to where? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Why? Oh, I like setting that up and then breaking the expectation partway through. Why? Because I have the seed of a new world. Would like help turning it into something living. No, that's probably a bit too weird. Turning it into something. Would like help tending to its growth, nurturing to its full potential. When? Well, it's hard to say, but civilizations have grown and spread across the lands for the last billion years or so. At least the historians say so. The land of the kingdom, so, has only been occupied for a measly 500 years. Yes, a fraction of a fraction the length of forebears. Each being living in the region has each being Each living being. I should not have that way around. Makes more sense this way around, I think. Each living being in the region has. Will be as Earth. You are as all of your characters will be an extension of yours. What you are and you to be. Okay. And then think how. Essentially, we'll run text-based systems. This server in the in character text channel this will run. Yes, anywhere or run you as one player as I will seek to immerse you in this universe. Measure your interests through how you play. In the D and D Beyond campaign, you will have access to any number of characters, feats, and oh, ow, my neck. Oh, I sit forward too much. Alright, you'll have access to any number of character sheets um, and are free to create your own with one distinction. They must be a level 1 bard to participate in this campaign. Multi-classing is allowed. At this time, feats are not till I get a better handle on them. Okay. Oh, 2,000 characters. Interesting. I suppose I could upload as a file. Yeah. How about that? Is there anything to make that easier to... There we go. Oh, you're kidding me. No. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. Can I edit that? Hold up. Okay. Well, first of all, let's get rid of that one then, I suppose. Good to know what we can do. Let's, actually, wait a minute. View the whole file. See if I can sort this out. See? Okay, so too many characters. That's alright. I can probably delete message. Delete that one. Okay, so probably when I shift, yeah, okay, that would probably make more sense. Edit the comment. Okay, go Control V. Ah, there we are. So get rid of that one. And that one. Okay. Okay, so let's split this up properly then, shall we? So we'll leave that as the first part. C, V. Control C, Control V, enter. I see if I want the whole space. It's alright, because I will be able to put those together separately. No, it's not going to do that. Okay, fair enough. What? Where? Why? When? How? Enter. that seems to be doing better. Right, announcements should also be a private channel. Save changes. Doke. At the moment, just me. Like I can see this channel? Hang on, wait a minute. Hang on. Did I... Missions? Of you. No, I don't want to make it... yep, okay, save changes. Go to view this channel. Is that the same with this one? Did I accidentally enable that one? Okay, so I definitely need to do that. Advanced permissions. Here we are. General channel permissions. View channel, yes. Manage channel, no. Manage permissions, no. Manage wordbooks, no. Lord. Yep, people can invite new people, so I'll allow that. Yep. Members cannot. Bed links, can't attach files, can't add reactions, can't use external emojis, can't use external links. Nobody else can. No. Yes, I want the message history to go. No, use applications. Save changes. Now that I have made that properly. Where? Yep. Save changes. They can. Keep current permissions. Oh, so I can just... Oh, I can do that one. Good. Edit category. Okay. It's not a private category. Or people can view channels. They cannot manage channels. They cannot manage permissions. They cannot manage webhooks. They can create an invite. They can't send messages in threads. Can't create public threads or private. Can't embed links. Can't attach files. Can't add reactions or emojis. Actually, no. Yes, make it so you can add reactions. Let's know. Add everyone out here and all roles. No, cannot. No, they can read the message history. Cannot send those. I don't plan on having voice channels, so I probably don't need to adjust those at the moment. Yeah, you cannot manage events either, so I'll save that one. Cool. Okay, so we can close that now. Now if we go to editing this channel, go permissions, synchronize it. Yep, sync permissions. There we go, that should be good. And then if we edit this, permissions, sync permissions. All good. That makes things easier. Okay. First session will begin. Did I forget to change my... I forgot to change my stream info again. Category. Just chatting is probably the best one. else here? Alright, yes, the first session will begin tomorrow. The 26th of June. Let's see. Sunday, the 26th of June, 2022. At some time from about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Players can jump in and out of session as they please. Okay, so that should work. Oh, good. Why every time I see Minecraft, I see Mincecraft? I don't know why. Anyway, I think that'll probably do for now. I will share a server invite probably tonight, actually. Yeah, probably do that tonight. Hey, whoops, sorry. That was something from my sister. I will use that later in my own time. What else am I looking at here? What else do I want? Suggest, there we invite people. Hidden, use copy button. Nice. Very good. Very good. But yes, the Discord link. Oh, I see. It doesn't even do that. Okay, fair enough. I guess just for the moment it will be my friends who I share this link with who will be able to do that. So let's see if we can get that sorted out now. Alright, I guess I don't need to be online for that. And to be honest, I think I'm done with streaming for the day. So, thank you kindly to all who ended up hanging around. Oh, time zone. Yes. Right, thank you. Good idea. The afternoon. Edit. A DST? Are we in daylight savings? No, we're not in daylight savings. We're in normal time. It should be standard time. Alright, that should be good. Alright, thank you all for that one. Really appreciate that. But yeah, thank you kindly for hanging out. It's been fun. I had fun. But now it is time to chill. So, hope you guys have a pleasant evening or pleasant time of day whenever you finish watching this. And I shall talk to you next time. Alright, bye. Hang on, I need to do. First of all, let's mute myself.